Welcome back. Today is part 2 of Celebrate America. I am Carol, Crafty Grandma, and I am still having some difficulties with Facebook, so my guess is if you were watching me there, you're not going to be able to see me at all today, or this entire event, so we'll have to, I guess, post it out there or do something. But in the last part, we spent 4 hours preparing to make a quilt. Today we're actually going to get to the steps of completing the quilt. We have all of our lovely applique pieces that are small here, all of them sitting here, and then we have our waves sitting on the back. And actually, now that I say that, I need to move this back out of the way. So the first step in completing the quilt is to select, arrange, and join 4 tan and 3 cream 5-inch squares alternately, beginning with a tan square to make a top border. So, tan, cream. Starting with a tan. So tan, cream, tan, cream, what you looking at, pretty girl? Tan, cream, tan. It's just that easy. None of these seams intersect with each other, so I am going to take these pieces over to the machine, and I'm going to sew them together straight away. No pressing in between, no stopping, just sewing. Since we didn't sew it all in the last part, I'm just going to get it going. All right, so machine. There we go. I do not have my straight stitch plate in. This is the zigzag plate because we are going to be doing applique, and I don't, excuse me, I don't want to be switching back and forth. So tan and cream. There's 7 pieces getting joined together, which means there's 6 seams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's skip that one. It's got a bunch of fuzz on it. It's the torn edge. All right, 6. So we open this up and we put the next one on. I have to say these colors are very similar, so make sure you prepare the row before you get to the machine, because I've got a lot of light here, and to me they're looking almost exactly the same color. Okay, last one. All right. Clips. There we go. And the tails. And I'm going to press them all towards the tan, I think. Let me make sure. Where's the picture? Yeah. The borders are going to be different. these centers, the center section is all towards the or this is the top border, and the bottom border is what we're making the top and the bottom border. And so I'm going to press towards the tan on these. The side borders are going to be different because they are all cream. And so we'll have to take our time and see where everything's at with those. There's an odd noise coming from the room next door. I wonder what kitty cats are getting into. Let the iron warm up a little bit. Let's see. Nothing bad. It's just the kitty cat drinking out of her water bowl. There we go. Now we've got a seam. Now, if you've watched any of my stuff before, you know that normally I use starch, spray starch, and I will do that. I'm just getting all of these seams pressed, heat pressed first, and then I'm going to spray the whole strip. little bit of starch. And I'm holding this and pulling it just a little bit so that I get all of my seams as flat as possible. Now, let's put that there. I need a ruler. That's 4.5. Excellent. And here we go. So this ruler is 4.5 inches wide. These blocks started at 5 inches wide. That's how we cut them. We cut them to 5 inches wide. We put a seam on one side, we put a seam on the other side. So that means they should now be 4.5 inches wide. If I did my seams correctly. And if you look, you will see this ruler slides perfectly between the pressed edges. Oh, pull it back a little bit. There we go. It slides right in between those pressed edges. So our block is exactly 4.5 inches, just like it should be. And the tan one next to it, it's got the seams pressed to it. And so right on the edge here, you can see the seam. Right on the edge of the ruler, you can see the seam. So we have our blocks sewn and pressed to the correct width. And that was step number 1. Step number 2. Repeat step 1 with 3 tan and 4 cream. So we're going to do the same thing in reverse. So now I've got a cream and a tan and a cream and a tan and a cream and a tan and a cream. And back to the machine we go. Alrighty, there, righty. Let's go back. And cut off our tops. Bottoms. Oh, and if you're new to my channel, we cut off all of our threads because we want the least amount of bulk in our quilts. And thread, even as thin as it is, will cause bulk in our quilt tops. And that's why we use the starch. We make everything as flat as possible. And again, we're pressing towards the tan, like I said. We're always going to press towards the tan in this quilt. There's just going to be the side borders that are all cream. Those we'll have to look at and determine which way to press. Oh, yesterday, talked about the fact that I was going to have to order additional fusible webbing, the stuff that goes on the back. And so I went out and I found out, yes, Steam-A-Seam 2, which is what I've been using for years, does come in by the yard. On Amazon, there were boxes of it that somewhere around $100 and $120. I was like, that's probably not bad. It's a decent amount of it. And considering I've been buying these little sheets all these years, probably more economical. But then I also looked around to see if there was any competitor. Because, you know, if you get one company selling it, there's got to be another company selling it somewhere too. And there is. There's a Heat and Bond. And they were cheaper. It comes in a 5 1/4 foot roll, I believe. I don't think it was 5 1/4 yards. It could have been. Anyway, so that's what I ordered. It was cheaper, and I'm going to see how it works, because I've been spending tons of money, because I think those packets, like I said, 3 of them are like $15, and there's always bubbles in them. So I'm going to try their competitor, see what I think. So come, let's see, next week yes, next week is the first week of September. No, next week I'm doing the thing with the fat quarters and the white fabric that you can write names on and things like that, which will make much more sense to you when you see it. But then the next week I'm going to do the bench pillows for October, because first week of the month I'm always doing the bench pillows for the next month. That way I get them out of the way and I know that they're done. Oh, something I discovered this month, though, with those. Because now I've got July, August, and September. So I have 3 of them. And it dawned on me that I'm going to need somewhere to store these things. So I did look up a pattern to make a storage box. And I think sometime in September we will make that. So sometime within the next month, because we're in my world right now it's August. You could be watching me 3 years from now for all I know. But in my world right now it's August. And like I said, I just noticed that I'm gonna need some way to store those things because they're just sitting around. They're pillow covers. And you need them for a month and then you switch to the next one. So I looked up and found a pattern for storage boxes. It's really kind of cool. It's got a zipper that goes all the way around. Now I've got to modify it obviously to be the size I want it to be, not the size the pattern calls for. So I will be creating my own pattern from a pattern. Something ticking back there, I don't know, or making some noise. I thought at first it might be outside. All right. Now we come over here. Because just because it worked last time doesn't mean that I did it right this time. And actually, I didn't. There is a little bit more. Let's see, where is it? It's on that side. You can see the ruler doesn't go all the way to the edge. There's about, I'd say about 1/8 of an inch there. Now, did I do okay on this one? So that's fine. How did I do on this cream square? That's good. That's fine. So it's just this one. And what does that mean? Well, what that means is when I go to join this row, which is going to be the bottom, yeah, just the bottom border, this square is going to be slightly wider, and I'm going to have to pay a lot of attention when I butt the seams together to make sure that they actually stick together, that the points are right. That's how your points get messed up. Okay, scissors. I didn't mean scissors. Pencil. It's not scissors. That's a pencil. Step number 3, follow manufacturer's instructions and fuse 2 red solid waves centered on the top and bottom borders referring to figure 1. That's the picture right here. Trim waves even with borders, machine buttonhole stitch wave edges with matching thread. Buttonhole stitch. You can use whatever applique stitch you want. I'm going to have to look at them and see which one I like. I will probably use the same one that I always do, but you know, what the heck. Okay, this is one piece. It's not going to fit on my ironing board straight. This is a wave. Now I take all of this off. Come on. There we go. Let's get the other one down. Oops. Now I'm going to have corners. This out of the way. Huh. Wonder how I managed that. Let's see here. That's not going to work. Let's go back this way. I'm going to put this up on the wall. And let's see. All right. So somehow, see this side? It's nowhere near the same. I don't know how I did that. Everything else seems to match up. So something very important to keep in mind as you're doing this, you're going to have a 1/4 inch seam on the top and the bottom. So make sure your applique is not right next or going to be on the seam, because you want it even. Well, let's see if the other ones, if I have the same problem. Maybe I can move one to the other or something. Come on. All right, so towards the top. I can't tell which one looks more like the other one. And keep in mind, I have not ironed these yet, so they are not set in stone, but they have to be where they're at. And they know that, so they're trying to get loose. Okay. So I think I'm going to step back and look at them from the angle that you're all seeing them from. So the bottom border looks fine. The top border doesn't look terrible. The bottom border is what it's supposed to look like. Somehow one of those waves got messed up. So either I drew it wrong, or I cut it wrong, or something. I did something wrong because it's messed up. Okay, so now we're going to seal it in place. Not like that at all. Come on, flatten out. All right, pick up my scissors that I don't care about. So I'm cutting off the ends of the waves that were off the side. If you would rather, if it would make you feel more comfortable, go ahead and use a rotary cutter and trim them up right against the edge. And just for your information, I am using my paper scissors, not my fabric scissors, because of the sticky stuff on here. I would rather use the scissors that are not typically used for fabric. All right. So that's going to be the top border. And the directions did say to cut off the edges before you iron. I'm going to do it after, only because I want to make sure that I don't have to move them again for any reason. So for those of you that have never been to Florida or have no idea about Florida, you're not going to understand this. But just outside, walking down the middle of the road, are a couple of sand cranes. And they're just hanging out for a stroll. And a car was trying to go down the road, and we are not allowed to hit the sand cranes with our cars. You just sort of have to wait until they get out of the middle of the road. So it's just funny. Sit here and just watch the whole thing. They're just out hanging and cruising around. Now they're gone now. I can't see them now anymore. But now, one thing you do have to be careful about, since I didn't cut the edges off, you need to make sure that you don't iron them onto your ironing board cover. Now I can put them off to the side. All right, so here we go. Here's the bottom border. Now, the question comes, do I do the blanket stitch now, or do I do it all at once? I think I'll get bored if I do it all at once. So I'm going to do the blanket stitch now. Yep. Here we go. Okay. So let's think about this for a minute. I have a universal 70 needle in, because that's what I use to piece. I'm just going to leave it in. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to take off my 1/4 inch piecing foot, and I'm going to put on my applique foot. And these are red, so I need red thread. And we are going to run out of bobbin thread, but I'm not going to waste the bobbin thread that I already have. I'd say we might get done with one wave before it yells at me and says, no! I say that and we'll probably get through half of it and it'll start yelling at me, but hey. Okay, stitches, applique stitches. No, those are pictograms. Applique, there we go. And it says to use a buttonhole stitch, which would be that. That's really tight. That's going to use a lot of thread. What's that one look like? What about that one? Well, that's different. What the heck is that? That is a bunch of zigzags. That's just ugly. That one, that actually looks like a stitch to do invisible hem. Wouldn't mind trying something a little bit different, just because I can. Let's see what that one looks like. Basically doing straight lines. I mean, there's the curving, but it's not that major. So it shouldn't be too hard. Let's see how this comes out. Nope, that didn't work at all. That's all the way over there, so I need to put this over here. And just so you know, it does say on the packaging for the webbing that it does not clog up or get stuff on your needle, and that is inaccurate. It does. You will see. We will see that as we go. So I think this is just way too much work. I'm going to go to the one I normally use. Oops. All right. So that was just way too much time spent to do that. I'm not going to take out all of the stitching that I just did. I am just going to take out the stitch that I literally just made because it's not where it should be. Because see, this is what I was doing. And then this one switched locations. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll look fine. Come on. Why are you stuck? There we go. All right. So I stopped the first stitch originally, the original stitch. I stopped because the needle was all the way over to the edge. And I was expecting to be able to follow the center line of my applique, and it didn't work that way. And that's why I had to take that first stitch out, because this one does follow the middle. So the first one was just different. Okay. Seven more to go. Whew. Hey, we made it. I should have thought of that. Alright. And now my machine is set up so that I can wind a bobbin from the needle. Your machine may not. I already had to wind a bobbin once today, so I've already turned my machine's the speed down. As I tell you every time I wind a bobbin, do not wind it at full speed. When I sold these machines, people would come in all the time with these bobbins fused, or not fused, but warped onto the winding post because they did it at full speed. I wish the companies would just slow the machines down so they don't actually wind that fast, but hey, that's just me. Alright, there's thread all over the place here. Let's see. There we go. No, 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 no. No twisting allowed. There we go. A little bit of a tail, but not a huge one. Back to our blanket stitch. Somehow my stitch changed. I must have touched my screen at some point in time. Fine, I'm not messing with you this time. You want to have a long stitch, you have or a long tail, have a long tail. Something like that. Doesn't look too bad. All right, let's go down. Got thread getting tangled here. There we go. Should be out of the way now. Then we go this way. do this last one on this border. Sorry, thought I heard something. Just my imagination. I guess I'll get some water. Okay. The thread broke. I wonder how that happened. Let's see. All right. That's odd. I don't typically have trouble with Gutermann thread. That's just weird. Okay, let's turn that off. Clean that all up so we can start again. And usually you can't see, and I don't think you can see it either. But there's a bunch of goop on here. So, taking a whole bunch of little red fuzz that was on the needle. I don't know if that had something to do with it or not. Like I said, I typically don't have trouble with Gutermann thread. Coates and Clark I always had trouble with snapping off, but I've never had that happen with Gutermann. Okay, well anyway, let's get back to what we were doing. Are we sewing, or are we just making believe we're sewing? I can't tell. No, we're sewing. Yep. Alright, halfway there. So the Bon Jovi Living on a Prayer song just popped into my head after I said that. That's funny. Alright, so let's put this over here, out of the way. more wave to go. So as I turn the corner, I'm going to come over here. So this is a blanket stitch, or a version thereof. You stitch 2 forward, you go 1 over, you stitch 2 forward. All of a sudden, my machine stitched straight. There's no blanket there. I do not know what happened, but I know that I need to take it out, otherwise my quilt will look weird. Or wall hang. Yeah, it's a quilt, it's a wall hanging, it's whatever. So it looks like it wasn't catching the bobbin thread. And that may be where the problem came in. And I do know that I need to take the vacuum cleaner to my bobbin thread area. I've been meaning to do that for a couple of weeks now. And maybe this is the machine's way of telling me, hey, I'm dirty, you need to clean me. Okay. there's a good spot. I'll take the gook off while I'm here. I am continuing to have issues here. Let's see. I think it's missing stitches. All right, so let's pull out the thread. I'm going to have to rethread it. Pop that out of the way. Fuzz. Lots of fuzz. I have a brush right here? I do not. I thought I had one sitting here. I guess I don't. So never blow into your bobbin casing area. All that does is shove the fuzz deeper into the machine where all of the gears and stuff are. The better idea is to use a vacuum attachment for like a computer or something like that and suck it out. Like I said, that's what I've been meaning to do and I kept forgetting. And it's obviously coming back to haunt me now. Let's get this out of the way. Here where the feed dogs are. There's a bunch of fuzz in here. Okay. So hopefully that will solve my problem and make it so it stops skipping stitches. And don't get me wrong, it needs to be maintained. You need to, depending on how much you use your machine, it should go in at least once a year. And for as much as I use mine, I really should have it in every probably 3 months. But they don't have anywhere in town that can do that for me. So it has to be gone for a couple weeks to get maintained. And I'm just not a fan of letting my machine go wandering away for a couple weeks at a time. But I may have to break down and do it. Otherwise, it's just not, the machine's going to break, not work correctly, like it's doing now. All right, let's see. All right, last side. Now, see, it's stitching so much better now. Cleaning is important. Maybe if it's like, if I go too fast that it's doing it. I don't know. I can hear it. It's not reacting properly. Now it seems to be. Nope, it's messing up. Well, now this thread is all messed up. is no longer in the hook up top above the needle, and it's twisted in the eye. So I don't know how that happened. Okay, let's see here. Are we threaded? We are threaded, correct. Now the bobbin threads out. Stitching at all, or are you just, oh yeah, you are, okay. All right, finally done. All right, actually, let's do this. Focus. There we go. So look here. See how we've got nice blanket stitches? Goes over, and then look here. This is not what your machine should do. Down here, all around the bottom here. So the other side of it is like this. So it's missing parts of the stitch. And then, okay, so this is the cream one. So this is on the, this is the bottom border. And this is the one with the tan on either end. So this is the top border. Excellent. And this is as wide as the quilt is going to get, or wall hanging. This is the width, the finished width of the wall hanging. All right, so we did that. That took us right around an hour, and the camera's frozen, so let's see. Nope, still frozen. I'm gonna have to find out, go back and watch and see if when this happens, if it is something that you see or if it's just something I see on my tablet. Because I don't want you guys to not be able to see what I'm doing. There we go. It came back. There we go. Because when I don't have a quilt back there, that white border with my, it just looks off. Okay. So step number 4, center and fuse a border star square on a cream 5-inch square. And there are 8 of them. I need to go back to that view. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I need these. Where are they all at? Okay. So we have our blue stars, our cream squares. The square is 5 inches. The star is 3 inches. Therefore, there needs to be a 1-inch border all the way around. Come on. There we go. Whoa! Stepped on the chair there. So I'm using 2 rulers. And then I'll just put the corner of the blue right there. I almost put it down without taking the back off. That's not going to stick if you don't take the back off. I am going to turn off this machine and turn it back on. I'm thinking about that. Let's let it rest for a minute. Maybe it was just annoyed with how much I was using it. And these stars, just like the little stars and the big stars, are not symmetrical. So they've got, sorry, nope, that wrong way, this way. This is a long piece, and these are a couple of shorter pieces. So the stars are not identical or symmetrical. And for me, that's going to be a dilemma when I put them on the border pieces, or when I put the border pieces together. Because I have troubles with symmetry. I like symmetry. So I'm not certain how I'm going to do this. I slowly moved away from the camera. I noticed that as I was doing this. One more to go. Oh, and I have absolutely no idea why I have a 4-inch ruler and a 4.5-inch ruler. No idea. My guess is I needed one at some point in time. Let's see this. Come on. There we go. And I didn't know I had the other. Because most of my square rulers are these kinds that have a 1/2 inch on them so that I can square up a square quickly and easily. I don't know why I would have bought a standard 4-inch square ruler. I have no idea why. All right. And yeah, there's not going to be any, sorry, I'm responding to a statement I made in part 1. There is no way we are going to complete this quilt today. We are definitely going to have a part 3. So I will have to change my announcement for Thursday. Instead of making coasters, we will be finishing up this wall hanging. I do not think it will take us an entire 4 hours, though. I guess it just depends on how far along we get today. Turn the sewing machine back on. Grab some water. Yeah, because I think based on the shapes of these, I'm thinking we might only get through these today. We might be able to get onto the next step, but I don't know. And based on how the machine's been behaving, I don't know either. All right. Let's see if the machine's going to behave itself. All right, so now we're going to take off the red, and we are going to need it again because we do have a red star somewhere in there. Pull out our navy. Excellent. Oh, silly thread. There we go. Let's go back to the applique stitches. Come on. Let's see if we can't make this work. That didn't work. I was trying to turn the corner, and I ended up getting the thread off the side. So I was trying to pay attention to the direction the needle was going to go next, and I just messed up. All right, and okay. So now let's see if we can get the star. Yeah, totally messed that one up. But it's all in the blue, so it's not too bad. So it started stitching okay, and then it started getting messed up. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's probably something with the tension. Do we have fuzz up here? No, we seem to be good up here. Let's watch. It's fine up there, so it just needs to be cleaned. Oh, and I was an hour off. We're going to get these done and we're going to be able to get on to some other things, but we're definitely not going to get the entire quilt done today. That's not bad. It only missed on one spot this time. The rest of it is okay. It's making a weird noise again. it stitched okay, but it sounded terrible. So I am going to commit a quilting no-no. I am going to switch machines. All right, let's see here. Right, there's that. There's that. And these two are done. These are not. Set them over there. That's for the serger, so that does. Pins out of the way. And then let's do this. We're going to take this off. Wow, that thread got all messed up. Turn the machine off. Table needs to go away. These over on the table so I don't lose them. And we turn, I already turned off the machine, okay. Let's see, is this machine plugged in? And the foot's down there. There's thread, feeder fabric, gadgets, tape measure. Let's do that and that. And there we go. Take the lid off. And shift. How are we doing? Can you see? Yeah. All right, now power cord. Where's the power cord? That's not it. Oh, it is plugged in. Okay. No, it's not. This foot pedal needs to go away. That's there we go. Need a bobbin. what kind of foot do I have on here? I have a stitch in the ditch foot on here. That's not going to work. And I have no idea how old that needle is, so we're going to have to get out and get rid of the needle. Woo! Now I know I have a 1/4 inch foot for this machine, but it doesn't seem to be in there, so let's look in here. Here's the walking foot, a bunch of other feet. All right, there's the regular foot. Woo! I need that for the applique. Hey, there it is. 1/4 inch piecing foot. Excellent. I have no idea which screwdriver I need. I don't need the regular foot. There we go. Let's get this polyester thread out of here. Get my good thread on. And now this machine, I cannot wind a bobbin from the needle. Goes through here. And this is the wrong thread for right now. That's my piecing thread. I will need that later, but not now. Now I just need to take the bobbin thread off of this bobbin. There we go. That's a better idea. I need the foot, for the pedal for that machine. It's kind of hard to wind a bobbin if you don't have the presser foot. There we go. Now, just like I've said before with the other machine, do not wind at full speed. Don't just press your foot down and go, whee! Okay. Come on, let loose. No? All right. And we'll cut you. to change out this needle because I have no idea how old this needle is. Or what kind of needle it was. And you know what? I'm going to put a universal 80 on instead of the 70 because we're doing this applique. And I'd rather not waste my good needles. Getting all goopy. And my applique foot. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong one. There's the right top. Alright, do I remember how this works? Go up, go over. Nah, there's some twist in there. I know there is. I just can't remember what it is. All right. Wow, that's a lot of thread that I've messed up with. All right, there we go. Now I'm going to have to try and figure out which stitch I want. Can't remember where the blanket stitch is on this machine. And I don't see my stitch guide. There we go. Okay. So it's there. That's one. No, not that one. No. That's blind hem. I'm getting there. There it is. All right. So, little machine. And, yep. Okay, press the foot down. Oh, I forgot to put the presser foot down. Got to remember all the different gadgets. right, so this one is not the one I want because this is going to take too long. So that was 16. And that goes the other direction. I don't want that one. No. No. Mm-mm. There we go. Let's try that one. Alright, now let's do the star. Press her foot down. Gotta remember it doesn't do it by itself. Oops. I thought I pulled my foot up soon enough. I was wrong. I went one stitch too far out. Whoops. Toss the hook off to the side. My hair caught. All right. Trim that. And that looks so much better. Dang it. This always wants to go one stitch further than I think it does, so I'm going to need to stop a stitch early. I'm used to sewing garments on this. This machine I don't use for quilting because it's got a smaller base and the other machine has the bigger base. Okay, almost done with this one. Okay, so now we clip off all of our little threads. Okay, 4 more to go. Press her foot down. That's going to take forever for me to remember. All right, 3 more to go. Press your foot down. Excuse me. All right. Yeah, we ran out of bobbin thread. I knew something happened. So this machine doesn't yell at me when I run out of bobbin thread. It just runs out. Oh, that's not good. You silly thing. I wish I could remember how to do that. I know it was cool. I just can't remember. It's got a picture here, and it does just show it going in there, and then in there. I feel like it wasn't all that complicated. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm missing a step. I know I am. Alright, so there was this little tip of the star here that I needed to do. Let's get all of this extra stuff out of the way. last star. I thought I trimmed all of those. Sorry, let me trim off the threads on here first. I don't know why I didn't do that when I was done with it. There we go. What's going on there? No, just fuzz. It's a blue fuzz. Okay, stars left. That's all that we need. And then we're going to have to switch over to piecing, if I remember the steps correctly. Trim this down. All my threads. All right, now, let's see here. This was, yes, 22. Let's switch it back to a standard stitch. Oops. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Now I'm going to need another bobbin. And the bobbin comes out of here. Okay, now oh, come on. What am I missing? There we go. And a 1/4 inch piecing foot. And we switch to stitch number 2. So we're in the middle. Excellent. And now I need to get a couple of the pieces of fabric. And see how closely I get a 1/4 of an inch seam. So since I had extra squares, I need, what did I do with the rest of it? I don't know. I will have to find it. Oh, it's right here. Excellent. Come on. All right, so now I need to ensure that I've got a 1/4 of an inch stitch still going. So let me, let's do this, here. So why did I say it's a cardinal sin to switch machines in the middle of a quilt? This is the stitches from my brother. There are 3 stitches, then it goes in, then it stitches 3, then it goes in. This is from the Viking. They are very obviously different stitches. So that's why you do not switch machines. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. That's why you don't switch machines in the middle of a quilt. But I have no choice. It's not working. Warm up the iron. There we go. I don't remember ordering anything that should be coming via UPS. Unless one of my 2 Amazon orders for today. Okay. First of all, I did not sew that very straight. I despise having this thing around my neck. But anyway, all right. So you look there, it touches the corner, the yellow. You look there, it touches the yellow. In the middle here, it doesn't touch the yellow. If I go this way, and I touch the yellow with this, So it's angled. Just a slight bit, but it's still angled. Let's see how I did as far as my 1/4 of an inch goes. So it started at 5 inches. And I used a 1/4 of an inch, so it should be 4 3/4 inches wide. And actually it is on both the top and the bottom. So I'm thinking that it's just my imagination, that it's the amount that it's off is really, maybe it's a cutting error instead of a sewing error, because it's definitely on the 3/4 of an inch mark all the way down. Top to bottom. So it must be a cutting error, or so there must be something wrong with the squares themselves, because it's not a sewing error, which makes me happy. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so that's that. What am I doing next? According to the directions. Step 4 is done. There are a total of 14 steps, by the way. My bangs just do not want to do anything. I get my hair cut tomorrow, so she'll fix the bangs. Join 4 border star applique squares together to make a side border. Repeat to make a second side border. All right, that's what I figured we were doing next. Back around my neck this thing goes, even though I hate it. I don't know what to do with you. Machine view. Alright. I don't have any big scissors over here. What did I do? Oh, right there. Hey, big girl. I forgot to lower my stitch length. This doesn't have 1.5, so I'm going to go to 1.6. That's one of the one's brother and one of the, there we go, that's right. And I am going to do both sides at the same time, because why not? And we clip off. And we clip between. And I cut it off close enough on there. All right, now comes the question. So let's do this. One's going over here. One's going over here. And there is going to be a tan cream in here. This is going to be a tan square. So we're going to be pressing towards this side. So here I want to press towards this one. Alright. And then there will be a tan here, so I need to press that way. Again, yes. Away from the tan. Now keep in mind that we can reverse the pressing of the seams if we have to. All it takes is re-pressing them. All right, on this side, it's the same. So we're pressing towards this piece, both of them. Oops, almost pressed the wrong way. Oh, I froze again. Come on, camera. And again, I don't know if you see me moving. Oh, there we go. Popped it back in. And I just don't see me moving. I'm going to have to look. It's almost the last 15 minutes. way, and now this way. Okay, and they're both pressed in that way. All righty. Look at that. All right. So we still have some time to go. So step number 5 is done. Join 4 tan and cream 5-inch squares together to make 4 units of 1 tan and 1 cream. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Clip. Clip. And we're going to press all of these to the tan. Last one. Now, technically, first one, because it was the first one I sewed. It's just the last one to be pressed. What are we looking at time-wise? Almost at 3 o'clock. Well, 3 o'clock my time. I don't know where you're at. We're almost at 4 hours of functioning. That's all I know. Okay, what am I doing with these? So we go back to... There we go. So I have tan and cream, cream, and tan. So got them going opposite directions. And this is where we're going to start running into the mirror image problem, because the directions show them going this way. That's not going to work either. You can't see any of these. Okay, so the directions show them going this way. Well, that's not going to work because we have a mirror image issue. So ours go this way. And they look like they're real tight to that 1/4 inch, but all right, so let's do this. Come on. Again, we can do this. It's not terribly complicated. it just is going to take some slow work on my part to make sure that we match things up the correct way. So it all looks the same, just a mirror image. Now that is cutting it really darn close. How much space do we have? It's just 1/4 of an inch. Is it supposed to be that close? It's supposed to be that close. Okay. So there's one. I need a second one that's the same way. That one's a little further down. Let's see if I can shift this just a bit without making too much of a mess of it. There we go. I like that a little bit better. Gives it a little more room because it was really tight up there. Move that over there. I don't need that anymore. Oh, screen froze again. All right, so now we've got tan on one side and cream on the other. So this is just the opposite of what we just did. Child must be walking home from high school and a parent drove up. Hopefully their parent. If they're high school, I'm not too worried about it. Go. And now we press. Let's see here. That's one in there. This one is down here. Well, not necessarily because they're the different colors. Something like that, I think. All right, so that's all we have time for today. I'm going to look at this a little bit and get it set up correctly so that it's going to somewhat mirror. We're just going to have to flip things around. I have to figure it out. But we will be having a part 3. I'm going to go out and relabel the next episode or video that I'm going to do and call it part 3 of this. And we will